How's it going, everybody? Got some blue-black mid-range. Fine morning. Try this deck out. It looked interesting from the 5-0 deck dumbs. Especially with See the Truth with Founding the Third Path. Oh, Dr. Raptor. Subbed for 8 months. Thank you for the resub here at Tier 1. Appreciate you. Absolute hero of the stream. Hope you're having a good one this morning. Watch the tier list. Do you think Karn Nykthos ban would make the format healthy again without Green to worry about Rakdos might be beat? I actually think it's the opposite. I think the problem is we're getting to a point where Rakdos is putting up far more numbers than Green is. And so it does end up to be a little bit of a problem where, like, banning Karn Nykthos probably just makes it so that decks can attack Rakdos a little bit more, but we have no reason to believe that Rakdos won't adapt. I'm pretty high on the idea that both Rakdos and Green probably need something taken out. What that is dependent, but it's a lot clearer. The other thing is it's a lot clearer what you would in theory want to ban off of Green than off of red black. I don't know, Claudio. Since Dom United came out, 24+% of the metagame in the winner's metagame has been red black each week. Not saying it's unbeatable, but it's doing some dominant numbers to the likes we haven't seen of a deck that hasn't gotten banned in quite a while. And like Green is starting to fall back to earth as people are able to very reasonably attack it. But red black continues to hold pretty strong. In fact, it put up more top 8s over and over again. I mean, that's fine, but if there's a deck that's a quarter of the field and doing well, that's a problem. Not many ways to slice it, I don't think. Even if people enjoy it, that's not a healthy environment. I also think the combination of Rakdos and Green sort of put the format in a position where you can only be playing decks that are trying to play to turn 10 with an engine or play hyperlinear aggro, which again remains not a great thing. I think you end up with everything kind of pushed to the fringes. My thought is something like ban Fable, ban Nykthos. But like I said, Green has a lot more clear delineation of what I would look at banning. Rakdos is tough because everything's kind of replacement level. But again, it is very much a situation where it feels like there's not a lot of decks able to keep up with Rakdos that are able to fight anything else in the format. We're just going to take a land. Like I said, I also I don't think a deck has to be broken to warrant a ban. I think if it is a dominant percentage of the metagame, we've seen decks get banned for that before. Many times. Again, I think the considerations would be Fable or Bone Crusher. Everything else is tough. That's certainly a fine take to have, Claudio. I think the problem is that if you play exclusively decks that beat Rakdos, you would not have an issue with Rakdos. But I think it is abnormal comparative to where everyone else in the format is. You either have a good matchup into Rakdos or Green, but you can't have a good matchup into both. But yeah, I'm talking about the average player, not somebody who is winning tournaments regularly with a deck that no one else wins with. Remember, the context is reasonably key here. I don't think at a average level people are able to beat red, black, and green. I would take a lot of matchups. Uh Spirits and humans can fight into Rakdos. I'd still take the Rakdos side in that pretty largely on average. The lightning axe. I'm done. Only 5 cards in hand. Oh, I think Band Company's garbage, if I'm being honest. I would I would almost universally not play Bant humans. I do not like that deck at all. But perhaps that is a bias of mine. But between the humans deck, I don't think it's close to being close, which I'd rather be playing. For spirits, I also think it's not particularly close. I think Bant is much better right now. But yeah, I would absolutely not be happy playing Bant humans. Alright, they have an Arclight in the yard. Ooh, Founding's nice. I'm just gonna drop this. Put this on 2. Collector Major choose for screen. Yeah, I mean that makes perfect sense, but mono white just doesn't care about green because of Brave. Yeah, Brave makes mono white much better into green than Reflector Mage. You can put a couple old growth trolls down in a reasonable pace and beat up Bant, but you have a much harder time actually dealing with Brave. Yeah, I am pretty low on humans in general against Rakdos. The newer mono white builds are interesting. But Wedding Announcement can pull a lot of weight, but same with Extraction Specialist for both Bant and mono white. But again, on average, I would be happier playing the Rakdos side of that matchup, I think. Get a Phoenix. This is going to go away, which will trigger our Revolt. Them to 2. Draw 3. Shapers is certainly fine. No issue with Shapers. I don't think it makes the matchup universally anything overly exciting, but it's a good value card for sure. Put them to 2, and we have this Hall sitting back. Well, I like drawing 3 off the Founding of the Truth. That was nice. Or See the Truth. Another Cruise. Hey, how's it going, Mikey? How you been, friend? Hey, how's it going, Fermi? How you doing, friend? Well, they cruised, but I have a hard time answering Terror and Hall. They're through what, 3 axes? All 4 axes, so any more shield rids we find are in good shape. How's it going, Sam? I promise I'm fully sane. I mean, that's fine. There's a thing about ban discussions that I think brings out everybody's uh general hot takes. Question: why does blue-white spirits struggle? Is it because the best tools are 3 CMC? I get mono blues lower and bans all 3 MC, but has Coco as an enabler. So yeah, blue-white Bant Spirits is just blue-white spirits with Coco. That is the crux of it. So what you're getting is you're getting the advantage of being able to accelerate and get multiple 3-drops out. So you're able to accelerate your game plan in such a way that you're getting ahead of other decks while still doing a good job of getting 2-for-1s in against decks like Rakdos. Whereas like just blue-white has the same tools, but you're a little slower, which is not what you want to be. Kind of down, but that's only because the Giants lost. Ooh, hate to see it. I'm a longtime Patriots fan, so we got our 20 years of domination, and now we just get to vibe. Bant cuts Lofty for Coco, and Lofty isn't good versus midrange. Yeah, you also play Lofty in the sideboards for when you need it in the more controlling matchups. You still end up in a reasonable spot. All right, what don't we want here? Jace is very liable to be dead. I don't think we need Power Word Kill if we're leveraging Push and Chief's Thirst. Definitely want these to start. Extinction Event's a little bit more questionable. Definitely want these. Cletus might be too overkill here. Could play Stroke, but I don't think we need to. That's true. What's your ban talk? I've been looking at a lot of the data and things like that. We've been fighting all morning, but I think red black is getting to the point where if we have another week or two of it dominating alongside green, we probably need to look at something from red black and something from green. Green's getting pulled back down to earth because of the aggro decks, but red black then gets to prey on those decks and continue to be way ahead of the rest of the curve of the format as far as the finishes and things like that go. So I have a video I'm working on about the problems with Pioneer, but I think right now I'd be looking at something like Fable and Nykthos. But again, the problem is red-black is so replacement level that anything you'd want to ban, you can't really. So the only options you have are... Founding's really good. I don't know what we want to cut as our last card here. Could be a Shredder. Shredder's too good here. I'm gonna put the Founding. So the problem becomes everything is sort of replacement value. So your only options in red black are Bone Crusher, Giant, or Fable. And you just end up in this weird spot where like, is Fable a card you want to ban? Is red black a deck you want to hit? But it's become incredibly ubiquitous as a deck at the top tables. Jarl the Ripper, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Mulligan this. Go to 5. Well, this is the other end of the problem, but I'll keep a 5 that has good mana. Yo, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, the problem basically stems from it just being ubiquitous to the point of, you know, a quarter of the format in high level competition in the winners metagame is red black. That's a lot, especially for 3 weeks back to back to back. Like we saw green doubling or more the like mono green was having some similar level results, but it was still a few layers below where Red-black was, but people started figuring out how to beat it. Not so much red-black. You're welcome to go into it, Sam. I don't think your takes are incredibly off base. I think the problem is just that it leads to this problem where like you end up in a position where the options are ban nothing and just hope people adapt. And I don't know if that is the strategy we're most excited to be taking. And play See the Truth. If they want to counter that, that's fine. They're on 4 cards. We want this go blank to get through for sure. Oh. Thoughtseize into go blank is a good one. We're gonna take this young pyromancer. Banning Fable makes Rakdos better overall. Oh no. Same concept what happened with Legacy Man. I would take the shot to see that happen. I would love to see that happen, to be honest. Even if it is what ends up happening, I want to see it happen, I think. This dispute was a backbreaking draw. I wouldn't be shocked if this is a concession. Yep. Before Fable, Rakdos was only a meme. It wasn't necessarily a meme, but it was definitely worse. I love fucking for formats for the sake of it. Yeah, I mean, I think if you played Rakdos minus for Fable, you'd be interested to see how it lays out. If it was performing better. Yeah, I think that's fair, where you do sort of end up in this weird spot where again, it's tough when a fair mid-range deck is very good, right? Like that's a good thing. You want that. The problem is when it pushes everything to the fringes, so the only decks that can exist are linear aggro to attack green and way over the top decks to attack Rakdos. Is Shieldred crucial? Is it just the best 4-drop in its colors? I think it's just the best 4-drop in its colors at the moment. I think people have been oscillating back and forth. We've seen Kalida's list come back. We've seen Shieldred lists. We've seen a lot of 3x Shieldred, 2x Shieldred. I think it's still in flux what the final numbers on Shieldred and Liliana will end up being. The answer is there will be some number. The answer on what the number will be is what's in flux. Founding the Truth has been, or Founding the Third Path has been interesting. I like the card a lot. Saying Shieldred was good during spoiler season. I get my karma back now. Your fake points are gone forever. The real problem is that card evaluation is very tricky and most people are very bad at it, myself generally included at times. Are you the Space Jason? That's me. I'm out here spacing. I'm pretty sure this is Greasefang. So I want to Thoughtseize their enabler here. Whale. We're gonna take this Greasefang. Because this hand does not do much. From YouTube, I just find it weird. Blue-White Spirits is 96% mono blue, Selfless Queller, and no snow package, and all white sideboard. Yeah, the thing about it is just that it's doing all the same things, but not quite as efficiently as blue, and not quite as over the top as Bant. So it ends up in this weird spot of doing nothing as well as either of those decks. And we've seen that happen a lot of times, right? Like, that's not a new concept. Are you the Space Jason? Space Jace cosplay? I mean, that would be sick. I'd be down to Space Jace. Ooh, they get our removal spell, which is a bit of a problem. Because now we don't have protection if they find their combo. Halloween's coming up, so you can buy the astronaut costume. That'd be kind of sick. I'd be down. Maybe we can do a Space Jace incentive. Ooh, they got rid of Founding. Interesting. Just double checking. It's a rat pilot, so not quite sure what the game plan is there. Does Greasefang have secondary Greasefang? No, no second Greasefang. Only one Greasefang. Shieldred's really good, but it's mainly because the format lacks a lot of ways to kill it cleanly, because Revolt's tough to trigger, and then you also have just the general lack of 5 damage removal spells outside of Lightning Axe. Don't know gold to buy the costume? That'd be kind of sweet. We could probably make that work. Only one boat too? For shame. Roast. Roast's a good one. I really want another land before we play this. We could Founding and kill this, but I think we just wait. I don't think we're gonna rush. And if they have like a Grizzly Salvage, we really get punished. Or it's just a Takanuma here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because there's the Parhelion, so I'm glad we respected it. Roast is a good one. The problem with Roast is that it's only a sideboard card, so we're gonna end up in a position where game one's Shieldred might be better than postboard, but then you can adapt around it, right? Greasefang. I'm gonna go to combat so that they can't buy this back because we don't have the removal spells. Kill this. You can have a Parhelion, can't crew it. That one goes back to hand. Ooh. Alright, well we can see the truth. And the only danger is if we miss on land, which we did, so I guess we'll die if they have a way to get back this Greasefang. It's unfortunate. How are the YouTube live streams doing? They've been okay. We got, not as many viewers as on Twitch yesterday, but managed to get a fair amount, and people tend to watch for a while too, which is nice. This is sad. No Founding, so we get 2. We could, but then we'd have to burn our removal spell. Our goal there was just to draw a 4th land so that we could not die here, and then we take over the game, but we failed to and couldn't find double spells. Really sad, but that's okay. Alright, bring in these cards. Just also not bad here. Alright, Jaces can come out. Thirst can come out. Thoughtseizes are good. That felt like an eminently winnable game. We just kind of got stuck underneath our mana situation. I think this is a situation where push is worse than Ray by a pretty big margin. I'd rather have Ray here. Man, if we hadn't cast that C, we were never catching her. What do you think about Greasefang post-Dom U? Think it can catch up to Red Black Midrange? It actually has a pretty solid matchup into Red Black Midrange. I think the biggest problem is just that if you aren't able to get your combo off as early as possible, a lot of decks are able to fight you and interact with you, especially post-board as Rakdos has been just jamming more and more hate. I think the biggest problem is just that people are boarding more appropriate hate. So instead of things like Hearse, they're playing Leyline of the Void, which makes it much, much harder for you to win. And so you end up in a position where the builds are just misaligned against the current format. But as people cut ley lines and go back to more general graveyard hate, I think you end up in a position where Greasefang's in a good spot. It's also a deck that can kind of beat anything, which is very nice. Thoughtseize could just take Thoughtseize here, and then our next Thoughtseize could take a Greasefang. They only have one land, too. Could take the Rafine's Informant, too. They drew the Thoughtseize? Rude. Yeah, Terra Sunder was a good addition, but people haven't picked it up quite yet. Leyline's dumb. Can't argue with that. Leyline is a scary card. Yeah, take Kalidas. Quite rude. Alright, Raven Feeblement's good here. I'm gonna take the Rafine's Informant and just keep them off being able to loot. Boros Reckoner mono red aggro that won an RCQ. I mean, not to discourage any level of things, but RCQs are some variable quality. But I didn't see the list. I'd be happy to take a look at it. But I have seen some RCQs where I think anything could win with a ham sandwich, and I've seen some. I've seen some things. All right, first Greasefang, we'll ray it. March of Reckless Joy. That is a card I had not seen virtually ever. That's neat. Grab a Terror. I mean, this list looked kind of sweet. Melee. Inventory is interesting. It's an interesting list. I do think it sits pretty calmly in the ham sandwich department. RCQs can either be 18 players that are just Saturday FNMs or 100 player all spike duel to the death. That is the New England way. I always love seeing when when New England puts RCQs together and it's just the most absurd things. Chariot, sure. Yeah, I mean mine have also been all tryhards. Although usually we're bringing the tryhard, so it's kind of my own fault, all right? Attack. If they crew, we'll kill whichever one they target. But on the assumption that they could play another creature, just killing this now wouldn't help. I prefer the ones that are like kind of sweaty, to be honest. Take the damage here. Whichever one they target will kill. Ad time, baby. First step of solving a problem is admitting you have it. Fair. Yeah, we went to like a 27-person RCQ, and we brought I think 10 of the players, and top 8 was 7 of 8 of our group. It was it was interesting. I'm back. Welcome back. One day I'll remember to get on my PC to sub. Fair enough. I respect it. Alright, end step. We'll kill this so they can't jump. And we'll draw a card. Castle Lochthwain has been like one of the most oppressive cards to me in every deck it's in. I saw somebody was talking about cutting Takanumas for Castle Lochthwain in red black, and like at first I was like, I don't know, but the more I play with it, the more I'm not against it. Yo, love to see Peter coming in, gifting Mikey Hopkins a sub. Blessed Peter coming out here. Love to see it. Funny because on my days off from work, I just jam Magic Online. That's fair. I think jamming Magic Online's a good time. Me. hate that this will ping me 100 times between now and later. That's okay. Can't wait for DreamHack Atlanta. Apparently there's 3 RCQs on Magic Online this weekend. Friday Pioneer, Sunday Pioneer, and Pauper on Saturday, which qualify for Atlanta. So that's sick. If you're trying to get those last minute queues, get in there. That's true. Peter is goated. As long as you have a positive record, the rental service pays for itself. True. 10k channel points coming your way. Oh no, we're doomed. The mighty Peter tech. We were talking about, I think I'm gonna do either a donation incentive or a channel point incentive to go buy a Space Chase cosplay. So I can be the Space Jason. I also do want to get some channel point incentives down so that we can do like big stuff for stream. Alright, well, we can only take 1 Grizzly Salvage. Their hand was Thoughtseize proof, which is unfortunate. This is the kind of hand that just kills us some of the time. Alright. Getting me to waste my sweet points. Nice try, Mr. Streamer Man. It's true. Ooh, I want all of these. In fact, having all of these cards would be phenomenal. Yo, content time. It's always content time. The latest tier list just dropped over on YouTube as well, if you haven't seen it yet this morning. You can hear me rant about red black. This is tough. Founding is definitely the best value. But Ray gives us some protection we kind of desperately need. But we don't know what this salvage is going to hit. Tried side content. What do you think about Liliana, Dreadhorde General, and Pioneer? I love the card. I just wish it cost less mana. That's the answer. I love Dreadhorde General. I loved playing that card. I think I'm going to take Founding. I don't think we can take Thoughtseize on the basis that if they Grizzly Salvage into not Greasefang, we don't want to like risk taking the Parhelion for them. Jace wants one thing. It's disgusting. True. All right, they did hit the Greasefang, but they didn't hit any way to put the Parhelion in the yard. They're not just gonna jam. Yeah, no shot. All right, Terra's fine. I'm gonna Founding. We're gonna mill. Mill target me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this currently costs 3. Is Jace a good card? Which Jace? There's a lot of Jaces. Benjamin had an unfathomable amount of Jaces, in fact. Paid actor. Ooh. I think I want to just go blank them. No, go blank can't be better here, right? So the black green fight ring deck, I did. I built one of the versions that was taking off on Explorer a while ago. It's certainly evolved since then, though. We could just go blank the double face card. Oh, I think Jace is interesting. I don't know if it's good. We haven't gotten a chance to play it yet, but it's been good historically. Go blank is nice, but they don't have anything in the graveyard we care about, so I think we're just supposed to draw 3. I don't think I've ever been this conflicted about drawing 3. And yet here I am. Got 5k points and got nothing. Oh, it's because on the multi-stream I don't see when people cash in their things. We'll lose the glasses. Oh no, we die! Disaster. Rafine's Informant was like the only draw there, huh? That was rude. Not great for us. This is what I mean, is like, Greasefang can just sort of win anyway, which is an unfortunate element of it. I mean, we could have Thoughtseize to take the Greasefang, but they had to draw exactly Rafine's Informant there. Draw Fatal Push. Alright. Gonna need to find some Fatal Pushes here. That's not it, Chief. Still have a land drop. Gotta go to work. Talk to you later. Oh, welcome. Have a good day at work. Catch you later. This deck any good? Saw it this morning? No idea yet. We're 1-0. We are in a tough spot against Greasefang here. Unfortunately. Vanishing Verse, huh? Alright, we're gonna opt. No, we didn't find Fatal Push, so we'll die. I think we're dead anyway. But yeah, unfortunately, our opponent was able to weasel their way out of it. I think if we had Thoughtseized them. Close, but yeah, unfortunately that is generally part of the the thing that happens to Greasefang some of the time. Okay, sounds much better. Put away a Founding. Hey, how's it going, Jimmy? Opponent out here. Joseph, what are you up to? We mulled the 6, we're on the play. It's a nice hand. We had to see all the sort of combos here. Put away a Founding, but then we're able to Jace and then hopefully untap and Founding mill 4. Insta flipping a Jace definitely seems like it would be an interesting thing. What's up? What's up? How's it going, Alex? We're just vibing. Possible to add dig through time to this deck? That's a nice, interesting thought. Opponents decided to take a month-long break like me. Love to see it. Yeah, dig could be an interesting one. You do burn through a lot of cards. The problem is you don't want to exile them because of Tolarian Terror, but if you're able to flip non-spells, it's probably interesting. Definitely in consideration. This was a 5-0 deck dump deck, so I'm sure it's not as tuned or refined as we might be able to get it over a little bit of time, but I like the the basic idea I like. I like these cards. I like these cards. See the Truth is kind of cute. Shield is just powerful. Thoughtseize Fatal Push, all just good cards. Like, it's very similar to the blue-black mid-range deck we played, but with a couple other, like, with some, like, cards that are a little bit cute, right? Like, these 5 are a little cute. We could probably, or these 6 are a little cute. We could potentially find something better to do. But that also does make founding a little worse, so then we have to keep looking, but there's some meat on these bones, for sure. Get rid of founding, or tap land, so we can play a 2-drop on 2. What you got, opponent? Alright, probably... Ooh. A red deck. I'm gonna just founding... kill this. Oh, it's on both YouTube and Twitch, so it makes sense? Yes, yeah, we're multi-streaming today. We've been multi-streaming this week, trying to try it out. Notorious Baby Jace hater. Fair. Mods can cancel their own channel point redemption. Based. Database and sideboard are way off. Blessed. Yeah, Cruise could also be interesting. That's the thing about a deck like this, is there's a lot of interesting spots to flex with. Looks like we're probably against Bushwhacker or Monterey Cleave. Me Esper Zur. Oh, baby. And it's a Yorion deck? You have my attention, Peter. While our opponent's figuring out what to do with their Burning Tree trigger, we'll import this. Take a look at it after this match. Yeah, I'm not faded, champ. Have you tried green black mid range? I think Tracker's an absolute monster of a card that doesn't see play. It should be better than it is. The problem is Tracker is not very good in the context of a Pioneer. It's easily answerable in a format where the majority of the decks are playing things like Bone Crusher Giant, and it does definitely end up a little bit more disappointing than you would ideally like. I wish it wasn't true, because I quite like the card, but unfortunately I think that is just sort of the case. I played a lot of green black mid range. It just doesn't quite line up the way you'd want it to when Rakdos has Fable. Would you rather have Baby Jace or Search for Escanta? Given that we mill cards with Founding, I think both have pretty good merits. I think the difference is that Jace gives you the ability to buy back See the Truth, and that's sort of the reason to be playing it. I think the person that built this deck built it around the idea of like See the Truth being a draw 3 being good enough. I mean, we're just gonna die. It's okay. This should be a pretty good matchup for us post-board, I would imagine. Alright. Cut our nonsense cards and just board in good things. Board in these. Thoughtseize has come out. Jace's See the Truth. Play Ray just as a way to deal with some of their smaller creatures. But I think we're just fine. If we can get to 4 mana, we're in great shape. All of our things do really well in a matchup like this. We just need to get to them. Taking a quick peek here. Alright, well I see Thraben Inspector, so I'm already mad at you, Peter. We're 1 card in. Decent number of X1s, but not enough for Ray to be good. Yeah, that's kind of where I'd land. I think as long as we can get to our 4 drops, we're in great shape. The problem is just getting to them. But we have plenty of ways to get to them. It's also a matchup where like Ledger Shredder pulls a lot of weight. Well, alright, this hand's great. We can even get rid of a Extinction Event. Play this tapped on 1. Initially had 0/1 drops, it had to be something. I mean, in a Yorion deck, it's not the worst, but it still makes me so sad. Vector Ways. Rite of Oblivion too? Fair. Alright, toss this into play tapped. Oh yeah, we're doing some blue-black mid-range things. Interesting deck from the deck dump. 1 Phoenix Chick. I think I'm gonna hold off on this for the moment. Alright, what madness do we have? Burning Tree. It's a good one. Bushwhacker. Kill this. Opt, look for a land. Found one. Nice. Cast Opt for free here. Kill this. Try and get them to dump some more cards into play here. Hey, they're both odd. Hey, they're all odd. Give this extinction event. All mill, sure. I'd like to name odd, please. Alright, well, feeling pretty good about this game, as we have Founding coming off as well. Well, Squeeze a good one. It's a good one for them. Alright, well... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just gonna take an opt here. Bottom that. A nice little 5/5 here. These did play deck somewhat similar in FNM. Shieldred Treasure Cruise is fun for Aggro. Oh yeah. Yeah, Shieldred plus drawing cards. Didn't find any See the Truths, which is sad, but it's okay. Do they have a... They could have an Antarcus Command, they could have a, what's it called? A, Gorklan Rampager. Okay, they don't. If they had a Gorklan, they'd snap attack with both. Children, huh? I think I am, though, just gonna Bloodchief's Thirst here. Take out Squee. Leave this in a position where Shieldred should be good. Ooh, powered kill, great. We'll just sit behind our big dumb idiots here. Yeah. Shieldred, like I said, if we can get to our 4 drops, I feel quite comfortable. Do we want Ray on the draw? It hits Phoenix Chick and Bushwhacker. Could be better than Scarab God. Like 1 See the Truth. Yeah, they do play Legion Loyalists. Alright, I'm sold. On the draw, I like it a little better. Plus, I don't think we're getting to the point where we're gonna cast this Scarab God reliably. Alright, this hand's fire. Just kill everything. Hope to reload with See the Truth at some point. Alright, we'll play Takanuma here. Play the sorcery speed one. Ooh, play with fire and upkeep. That's great for us, because it means the See the Truth should be clear for landing. Illusion Forest. Phoenix Chick, sure. Pretty okay taking a little damage to See the Truth here. Yeah, we're gonna take the Shield Druid. We have a plan. Kill thing, deploy Shield Druid. Plan established. Phoenix Chick, Phoenix Chick. We getting a Tarkus commanded. Bushwhacker, sure. Alright, I'll take 6. We'll pass. Take a play with fire. Kill this. This. You're in there. Good 8. Alright, last card's a land, so they're trying to get this den activated. We're gonna play a Shield Druid. Alright, you're up. We block here, take 2, and then gain 2. Now we have this Odawara. Hey, it's Age Demir Control. Yeah, we're playing a little Demir midrange along with some Bant Spirits today. Trying out something a little different. I like to explore some of the 5-0 decks as well as some of the decks that do well. Somber, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. They go for the den here. Blood Moon SP, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. They do go for the den. Well, we just get to block den, and we can bounce a goblin, so we take 2. Oh, Squee? Squee's fine. Yeah, I'm not too scared of Squee here. Just block Squee. Again, they're not dealing enough damage to be scary to us when we're gaining 2 a turn. Block here. They're trying to bring back the Phoenix Chick, which is reasonable. We are starting to get a little low on things here. I want to stand up den and buy back this Phoenix Chick. What'd you lose to? We lost to Greasefang. We got in a position where we needed to draw land and we didn't quite find it. Block here. Yeah, Third Path, See the Truth, and Terror have been very interesting for sure. I think we just have lethal here, right? Kamano, sure. Found myself in a sure loss every time opponent showed Graveyard Hate. Yeah, Graveyard Hate's definitely scary for this deck. That's definitely fair. This can't block, this deals 11, and then they draw a card and die. There we go. Shieldred solo carry. Alright, let's take a look at this this deck donation. This deck tech from Peter. So this is Esper Zur. So we're building around Zur. We only have 3 copies though. Flying enchantment creatures you control have Death Touch, Lifelink, Hexproof, and you can turn auras into creatures. Very powerful. I've seen this card massacre aggro decks. So let's start. 4 Thoughtseize, love that. 4 Inspectors is fine. 4 Spirited Companions. Alright, so we have Omen in the Sea. Good ability to draw cards. It looks like we're white black splashing blue. We have Zur and Omen. Spirited Companion, Trial, right. Restoration's good. How many planes do we have? We have 5. Seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, this deck could definitely consider a Doom Foretold, as well as Birth of Meletus is another reasonable one, depending what you're looking for. Blessing's great. I'm not a big fan of Braids, to be honest. I think you could probably get more value out of a different slot, whether it be Birth of Meletus or even a Doom Foretold or something to that effect. Especially with Paragon, Birth of Meletus is quite nice. Even 4th Zur. Again, 4th Zur is probably reasonable. I don't know how much you can get. Definitely like the Emperor. Just a lot of high power level cards. Take a look at the mana. 1 Lochthwain. 1 Hall. 1 Urborg, 1 Takenuma. We have 3 Rafines. A lot of basics. So this can cost 3. So this is another 3 drop. Oh, without Fatal Push, I definitely don't think we need the Fabled Passage. I think you're happier just to be running like the 4th Hollowed Fountain or the 4th Tower. Let me see. Yeah, I think you just want to be able to survive as long as possible. Inspector's fine. Charming Prince can only bounce creatures, so probably not worth it. Spirited Companion's pretty nice, though. Yeah, I think these are the 3 cards that jump out to me immediately. I ask where Voidrend. Voidrend doesn't quite fit this style of deck. This is more like a tap-out mid-range deck. Is there good with Blinking Thassa? Non-aura enchantment. I mean, you get to just turn them into creatures right away, which is nice. Where Voidrend? Alright, 2 disputes, fatal pushes, extinction events, ley lines. I like the sideboard. It's clean enough, right? Like, I think you probably want to put some Vanishing Verses in here. Yeah, I think Vanishing Verse is definitely a card I'd be upping the numbers on a little bit. I think you're more likely to want Veto if you're going to be playing sideboard counter spells. What would I swap for these 3? I do think you probably want the 4th Zur, just because it is such a powerful effect if you're playing these other cards. Get the 4th Raffine's Tower in here. One more card we could play. Right to sack this. Yeah, I don't think we have quite enough things to make overloading a 4th Paragon worth it. Afaraz or Anthasa? I mean, it's probably quite reasonable. I don't know if it's quite powerful enough. Yeah, Wandering Emperor is just a powerful card. It could just be like, just play Doom Foretold. Could be a Paragon, Esper Zur. Might not need 4 Trial of Ambitions. Yeah, I think this is where I would start, Peter. I think you have enough value here. Like your random creatures, your omens, your trials. Restoration gives you a lot to be able to sack. You want Blessing to be sacked. Paragon also pairs really well with Doom Foretold because you can just keep looping the same value. Like sack an omen, sack an omen, buy it back, sack an omen, buy it back, sack an omen, buy it back. And then like you're guaranteed to get all the value off Doom Foretold. So I think this is probably where I would start. If you're keeping braids, you could probably play Demonic Pact. I mean, you're also playing rights. So you have rights, braids, and Yorion. It's probably playable. I feel like you are going to get yourself in trouble a non-zero amount of the time. Because that is only 5, 7 answers. Seven answers in an 80 card deck is very few. If you could leyline binding it, I'd be a lot more interested. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit your own things. Yeah, I think this is probably where I'd start. Especially in a deck like this, I just want to maximize on my powerful effects. I'll do one and see if I die to it. Fair enough. Can't disagree with that. Here, let me export this as a text file, make your life easier. I'll DM it to you, Peter. Make it easier to edit from there. Appreciate it, friend. All right, let's hop back into blue-black. Close loss to Abza and Greasefang, but otherwise we're doing pretty well. I quite enjoy these style of decks. All right, let's see what we're doing here. I mean, this hand could be anything, right? It's time to see the truth. This is the kind of hand that they play like 1-drop and we die. Sun made a second qualifier final and could see it again since he can't use the queue. Awesome, Great Rebel. Sounds like your kid's on fire this season. That's got to be good value. I remember doing that every once in a while. It's just like show up, get your credit, get out. That's sick though. All right, we're up against this deck again. Top 8 and 3 out of 4. That's awesome. I mean, that's the goal, right? Anytime you can make the finals, you're doing it up. And play Jace. Gives us a better shot at See the Truth finding a removal spell for a black source. Hey, you're all the Ripper. Thank you for joining the Discord. Appreciate you. Sorry for proud dad posts. No, never apologize for that stuff. We'd all be a lot better off if people did proud dad posts for top 8 events more often. Yeah, we're hella dead. Okay. All right, this is the version with Bomat, so we're definitely gonna board in same way we did before. Nazis, get out of here. Jaces, get out of here. One, See the Truth can go. Daily appointment, to be honest. True. We love a good proud dad moment. In the area when I was coming up in Magic and playing a lot, like in college and things like that, there was a couple parents who would like come out with their kids, and whenever their kids did well, it was always a great showing. Like I said, I think we'd all be better off if that was a regular occurrence in our lives. All right, I'm gonna keep this on the basis of any land gets us to Shredder, and Shredder is very good in this matchup. We are a little bit heavy on draw cards as opposed to removal, but as long as we find any untapped black source, we're able to start really churning. And if this can be a 2-4, it's very hard to get through for them. We'll pass. The pigeon, the great bird advisor, comes for you all the same. Phoenix chick. I would like to mill that over. Well, we might just die if we don't find a land, but that is part of the gig. Perfection. Your time to shine, Shredder. Playing my son the top 8 of an SCG IQ is one of my favorite memories. Megan with the going for the jugular, but who won? He did. Love to see it. Okay, this game has ended. They don't have a third land. Take a fatal push. Ooh, a founding. Get rid of an opt. We're in no rush here. Sam really out here single-handedly making Pioneer Gruel. It's true. It's true. Sam really out here just innovating. Is the better pilot and likely would have signed the slip as him the winner in respect of the actual result. See, that's just being a good dad. We love to see it. We're gonna get our free spell on here. Food away, consider. Take a consider. Attack for 3. We can cast another 2 spells here if we need to. Ooh, do they have the burning tree, burning tree, burning tree? Oh, this is the scary part. Okay, less scary now. Alright, kill this. Rid of a founding. Oh, extinction event. Love that. Love that for us. Here, we'll mill some cards. We'll do this on odd. And clock you for 5. Yeah, opponent really does believe in the heart of the cards here. I don't see their way back, but I'm excited to see what it looks like. No, that was you? True. Is a squee? Ah, iconoclast. Here and there. Alright, we'll see the truth here. A little draw 3. Another one. Feeling pretty confident here. Oh yeah. The extinction event being just a clean 3 for 1 is very rude. Yeah, Tolarian Terror is good, but this was a Bird Advisor game. Oh, thank you so much, Derek. Appreciate the good luck. Thinks your event's so much better than Verdict. It's true. But it's so often just a one-side wrath. White and black decks always seem to run Extinction Event over Languish. Mainly because your creatures sometimes die to Languish, but often you can make it so your creatures don't die to Extinction Event. Exile is very important in the format. And a lot of creatures are too big, right? Look at Shieldred, can't be languished. Look at Terror, can't be languished. It's not that it's impossible to find cards like that, but like even like a flipped thing in the ice, right? There's a lot of cards in the format that you want to be able to exile. Yeah, it's also much better versus Devotion, because if you kill their creatures, they get value out of it, whereas Extinction Event is primo. Also, all of their cards that matter are 1, 3, 5 for creatures, so it just happens to line up that you can always name odd and be happy. There's just a lot of little, like, elements that make it a genuinely very good option. Alright, we're just gonna do that thing we do, where we just kill things, and then kill things, and then kill things, and then hopefully play its terror and win. I like them not to have a burning tree here. So that is kind of the name of the deck, right? Either bushwhacking and burning tree, or you're not doing much. Yeah. I mean, us getting rid of the Swift Spear did a good amount of work here. We'll play this. Consider. Kind of want that, to be honest. So I'm going to keep it. We don't want to have to shock ever. So we have 3 in the yard, so this costs 4. So we'd love to draw another removal spell here, because otherwise we're just relying on this extinction event to cover our bases. Alright, I mean, we'll take 6. That's not the end of the world, to be honest. We do need to draw something. It's not something. Alright, so we're at pseudo 6, pseudo 4. Then we can play Shieldred. Need them not to have another Atarkus command here. Another Bushwhacker would be a problem. Yeah, we're dead. Unlucky. We needed a 4th land, but we needed to draw one more spell that interacted. I quite like that matchup, but being on the draw, we needed one more spell so we could get a terror down earlier. Unlucky. Let's see if we can get 3-2 with this. That's always sad, though. Yeah, one of the big advantages of the Bushwhacker deck is that a lot of the most powerful cards against you cost 4, and if you're on the play, you can sometimes just get them dead before then. Alright. This hand does nothing, and I'm okay with that. We're hoping that the See the Truth finds us something. Oh, God. Okay, we're gonna spawn a Blue Devotion with double Leyline to kick off. So, we're scared. Proceed to the scared portion of the game, I can tell you what. We're about to get beat up. Play Path of Peril or Drown in Sorrow effects? True. Those would definitely be a good effect in that matchup. I don't think the deck's quite caught on enough for me to want to make that kind of choice, but it's definitely an interesting option. I guess in a deck like this, it's probably worth it because we're so 4-drop dependent. You've drawn too many lands? No, this is the perfect amount of lands. We don't want to draw too many more, but right now we're on the perfect amount of lands. Play Jace to start here. Opponent got to Scry 6. Pretty good. Oh no. Nykthos makes 6 mana. What madness do you have for me, opponent? This is a Chadwick? Chadwick's a scary one. It is a Chadwick. Chadwick for 3. Didn't do it flash though. A Thoughtseize. Master Waves, huh? Let's get rid of that one. Yeah, that one's not allowed. I'll take Terror. It's not great because they can just keep tapping stuff down, but when this flips, we can kill the Gadwick. They get to scry 30 though, which isn't great for us. They should cast the prototype here just to tap this down so that Oracle can get in. I mean, otherwise they just get in for 3, which is fine. I mean, I'll block. They could just be standing up Hall, which is, I think, the scarier thing for them to be doing, potentially. Alright, let's loot away this Water Grave. Alright, See the Truth. We'll take Shieldred. Alright, we'll loot. Alright, we'll Fatal Push the Gadwick. Yeah, make infinite mana. Makes sense. Okay. You can tap my Jace, that's fine. Academy Lore Master. Yep, Scry 11. Just the right amount. Or sorry, 13. Scry 13. That is just the right amount. This is going well. Alright, we're gonna minus on Fatal Push. Kill the Lore Master. Alright. We're not in a good way. And they also have this Moon Snare prototype to bounce our Shieldred, should we try to stick Shieldred. Oh. I'll put that at the bottom. That's fine. Oops. I think they meant to just cast that. Yeah, they could have put Gadwick on top. That would have been stronger. I mean, they might just have another one here. Well, they got to Scry 13. It was already kind of GG, but we can pretend that it mattered. Thoughtseize you. Take the prototype, I guess, and die. Yeah, they just stand up Hall here and hit us for 11. We are tap down. How many times can you scry 13 and still lose is an interesting thought experiment. So I think they've seen their entire deck at this point. They also tap their Hall instead of just floating the mana and killing us. That's nice of them. I appreciate the consideration. One, two, three, four, five. Fortunately, this costs 2. They could do any number of things here. What if it was just 13 lands on top? How about See the Truth plus Dark Dwellers? Probably as reasonable as any other means to Dark Dwellers, or to See the Truth. It's been interesting. It hasn't been impressive enough to like make me think that we have to be playing it. Okay. That is fine. All right, Dispute, Go Blank, Disdainful Stroke. Got our Thirsts. Jaces. Our Thoughtseizes. Fatal Pushes are okay. Didn't really want to play the Saga and Cruise fights our terror. True. The problem is Dark Dwellers being a 5-drop is so many for that effect. I could see it as like a 1 of, but 5 is a lot of mana. Turn down on these. If we're getting to the mid game against them, we're probably in a bad way. Alright, we'll take the play. Just don't play See the Truth and go for Bedlam Reveler. Also a fair option. So I'm not sure how effective it is. The problem just continues to be finding the right balance of threats in a deck like this. Because we played this style of deck before, it did continually have the issue of just like how to build your threat base. Leveraging the graveyard is very cute though, but does become difficult. Sam's cooking salmon. Alright, well, one ley line. Better for us than two, I suppose. We're gonna Thoughtseize, play Tapline Thoughtseize. Chadwick, no deal. Goal is just to keep them off of cards here. Alright, 2 lands for you. We can go blank their last 2 cards, and then we'll just Castle Locthwain until the end of time. No cards. Leveling Hermit. That's a card, though. We're supposed to draw something you could use. Supposed to draw like a 12 drop or something. Hermit. Alright, well. If we draw an untap land, we can play the Terror. No, we don't. Don't really want to Power Word kill this quite yet. They can't disturb it yet, which does give us some benefit, but we'll see. Yeah, anything good going on over there, opponent? Tap land. Alright, well. Does mean we can kill this and they can't buy it back. Lets it happen, fair. Well, if we draw an untap land, we can get rid of this Hermit and play Terror. We don't, so that's fine. 1 Terror, please. Now we're just in the hope this Castle Locthwain gets us there portion of the game. Sure. Well, 4 versus 5 is a fair amount different. Untap land. Attack. Presumably they're gonna block. Or they just might race us. I'm hoping they block so that we're able to get a card and get this, but alas. Go blank, take their last card. Oh. Unlucky. Their draw step was Orvar. That's unlucky. Something. Guess we just die now. Incredible. Just incredible. Yeah, them hitting back-to-back Hermits there was rough. Oh, we just die. We draw an Extinction event, that's about it. In luck, my work block Twitch, so I'm on YouTube now. Love to see it. 5 ads, Doom. Alright, I guess we'll die. We didn't plan for the Mono Blue Devotion matchup, that's true. Here's thought, Rakdos is an anomaly. It started the season with good results, leading to more good players playing it because the deck wins many of its games. Better results leading to... Well, I mean, that's... You're just describing decks do well, right? Like, people play it because it does well, but the thing is, like, it does continue to stack to a point where it becomes not an anomaly, it becomes unreasonable. The mono blue devotion matchup gets us. Alright, well, that was an interesting experiment. I could probably make some changes if we're gonna run it back, but we'll try out some Bant Spirits, see how that feels. The blue-black deck didn't feel as impressive as the other one, which makes me think some of the cute cards don't add as much as just being a more consistent overall shell. That was interesting to give it a try. Happy to support. Appreciate it, Blue Sky. Truly the hero we don't deserve. Yeah, the one of main deck Toski is a nice addition. I liked this list a lot. It's very close to the one I wrote about for Deck Guide this week. But the main deck Toski nice with the amount of Rakdos that does exist, even if we're not guaranteed to play it in the leagues. Alright. Stands fine. Not amazing. A little light on action, but our 7 having no lands does make it easy to ship down. If we can find a Coco or things. Farming those 10k channel points for deck techs, that's the trick. Gotta just get those value points. Alright, we'll keep this. We can bin a land. We can bin a breeding pool, because more likely to want to have a white source if we do end up using this as a channel land. Got it. Are we in some blue-black? Could be blue-black control. Tackle Geist not at its best against a blue-black deck. See if we can find some non-lands this game. Would be ideal. That's a good one. Alright, looks like it is just blue-black control. More Soul Cleric's fine. Might even just run out Cleric. So we have a little bit more pressure to try and force them to do something. So we want to disguise this Coco a little. We haven't done anything this game. Yep, there goes the sensor that would have hit our Coco. Beautiful. Again, well, sure. I was going to say, this applies enough pressure. Could have sacrificed it to eat the 2 cards in their yard, but hopefully it's not meaningful. Love your work, huge fan. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Juliana. Shieldred. A rude one. We could just bounce it, or just Coco. Coco can find some reasonable hits. Oh, oop. Bant Spirits. We can find Skyclave. That's about it. It's still worth it while they're tapped out. Alright. Missed out on a point of damage for doing it later. That's okay. We can Shackle Guys tap this. Have the ability to draw some cards, or Odawara the Shieldred back. Yeah, let's tap this down. Yeah, Shieldred's never connecting. Soul Shatter. Alright, Pierian Eagle's down. Take the 2. You want to draw a card? Close. We just found. No, I think it's a tough spot. You feel temporary lockdown, portable hole can't live together. Yeah, it's probably better to just be playing portable hole at the moment, to be honest. Alright, I'm gonna bounce this. Make sure they don't gain their 2 life, can't attack, and if they want to commit their 4 mana, that's fine. Us taking damage is less important than them not gaining life there. Oh, well. Attack for 2. We can Queller to tap down the Shieldred. I'll let them attack for 4 here. Might even just draw a card if they don't do anything. Definitely painful, but kind of want this to get value. Draw a card. Just lining up as poorly as humanly possible here. Twice. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, Skyclave at least gives us an out. Yeah, we'll go to 4. Skyclave, eat your Shieldred. Alright, I'm just gonna pass so we can tap this down. Yeah, it would have been a nice target, but we were more interested in just drawing enough cards to be able to get out of the situation. That's kind of our goal here. They have a ton of cards. Love for them to cast a spell here so that we can, yeah. Beautiful. Now we can play the Moz Wanderer too. Moz Wanderer, Shacklegeist. We still have Queller up. For 6. Now we have lethal. We can tap down their creature, and we have a Spell Queller to protect. And a Moz Wanderer to protect. Feeling pretty good about our spot. Go to the beginning of combat. Tap this down. There we go. Didn't get first today. What a shame. I don't actually know who got first today. Was it... I don't think it was Ben. Did get first today. Let's see. Ooh, Jarl the Ripper got it. New contender coming in hot. There we go. All right, we were able to win that. That's a good spot for us. So they have more creatures than otherwise I would expect. So Specialist, Skyclave, Lofty, Tilda can come out. Cleric can come out. Shacklegeist is normally what I would cut in a matchup like this, but they do have a fair bit more creatures. But I guess we are trying to fight more on this axis. So definitely these. They didn't show us enough that I really necessarily want to guarantee we board in these. Normally this would just be my go-to. But they didn't show us enough removal, and they do have a lot of creatures kicking around, so I think I'm going to leave in some Shacklegeists. I think they're more blue-black mid-range than they are blue-black control, if I'm being honest, just from what we've seen. I don't know if Redain actually gets us where we want to be. Spirit, Lofty, Rattle Chains, 2 Geist, Phantom. Buys back these. Yeah. Between if we want the Eagles or not. But I think we'll run with this for game 2. Alright, well, this hand's great. This is the recursive value hand. Beautiful. Third land. We're getting disputed on this. That's fine. Means we can turn 3 specialists for value. The level in Hermit, I think they're vaguely misunderstanding what kind of our plan is here. We have 8 cards that hits. And I could block, but I'm not gonna. Specialist. Buy back Moz Wanderer. It's definitely correct if your plan is to stall the game. I think it's perfectly fine in a controlling deck to just hit the first thing you can to a degree. It's not pleasant, but I think it's reasonable. I'll attack with this, see what they do. They like to trade, they do. Now we can play Shacklegeist and have Lofty up. Blue-black Midrangers, Bant Spirits. The title did not lie. It's true. We came in just perfectly there. Lofty. Event or extraction specialist, bring back Selfless Spirit, get in for 4. Now we're way ahead on board. If we get to untap, we're in great shape. We have a Moz Wanderer and a Selfless Spirit to protect. Sure. Fine. Good one. Bring those bad boys in. I'll eat that. Get in for a bunch. Put you to 7. I mean, the only thing that gets us here is Shadow's Verdict, but virtually no one's been playing it. We have Moz Wanderer, we have Shacklegeist, we have Selfless Spirit. They're at 7. Not feeling too scared. Now they got us. They caught us with the F6. Well done. Well done, opponent. You caught us with the F6 to die. Guys, there's them being weirdo who runs Languish. True. Is that Toski? It is. The one in the main. Just to get the red-black players of the world. Keep. This hand goes great. One Moz Wanderer, please and thank you. Bant Squirrels? God, I wish. Castle Lothwain, huh? Are we getting our shot against Rakdos here? I mean, we have a great start to be playing against Rakdos. We are against Rakdos. You don't want to cast Bone Crusher Giant against this board. We just sack this and you lose your Bone Crusher. Yeah. No deal. It's Queller time. You got 3 drops? I'd really rather you didn't do that, if I'm being honest with you. I'd like to keep this collected company. And we have this protected. No. No, no. No, no, no. Dodging turn 1 pusher sees the programmer strat. It's true. Sometimes it's what you gotta do. Just be a pro gamer. And now, got our board all nice and set up. Get in. Yeah, anything good over there, opponent? Collected company. Rattle Chains, Eagle. Protect. Oh, nice. Yeah, we that was rude. That was rude. Feel for him. Yeah, that was about as good as that could have gone, huh? That's not what I pull something up real quick. Alright, bring in our specialists. Our Catilda. Got our Shacklegeist. And our Remorseful Cleric. Easy, easy. Don't need these, don't need these. Need these or this. Spirit's an interesting consideration. I don't think it is what we want. Same with Lofty. I think we're happy to just play to the board. Bring in Redain, but again, I don't think it hits anything, so I don't think we want it. Could just be Skyclave as a meaningful answer to Fable and Shieldred. Spirit's weird because it's very cute at beating up on Fable, but it dies to everything, so I'm not a big fan of it. In this matchup, at least. I'm just gonna go with the 4th apparition. Gonna overload on 3s here, as is tradition. Look at all these nice cards. Look at all these nice cards. Look at all these nice cards. Okay. Yeah, I guess. This is the 4-card hand we were hoping to keep against Rakdos, huh? This deck's really bad. Micah sees us mulligan to Oblivion 1 time. Yeah. Yeah, take a Coco. All those hands were good. We just needed a few more lands. As it goes. Oh no, this game's over. We could just move on if we wanted to, but we don't have to, so we won't. I can't overreact to small sample sizes during the first 5 minutes of a stream. What am I bringing to the table? I respect it. I respect it. I would concede here, and I'm gonna, so I will. Our mull to 4 did not get it done. Not the matchup we want to lose a free game, though. Really would rather not just be down a game. Magic is Garfield intended. True. Alright, it sounds much better. We have our colors, we have our curve. This rattle chains is destined to do great things. Great thing. No? Thoughtseize? Okay. I'm not going to actually run out the Spectral Sailor here. Now I feel kind of sad about it, but that's okay. We'll get to it. But I don't want to enable the Fatal Push on a turn that's better for them. Because now, when we play the Spectral Sailor and they kill it, we have Extraction Specialist buy back. No shot. Yeah, I was going to say no shot. They just let us untap there. Yeah. Our Fatal Push just instantly invalidates a Liliana, or their Fatal Push is invalidated. Stable, sure. It's a good one. Attack. Alright, we're trading. It's fine. Enables this. Alright, let's operate at instant speed. Pitch no cards. Sheesh. Harvester is fine. It's slightly scary. I'm just gonna draw a card. Be patient. Again, yeah, that's fine. Fortunate. They have 3 cards in hand. This is a problem. They didn't attack, which was smart. Another one of these. I'm just gonna run out a Naked Queller so we have a little bit more board presence. The Specialist will be good later. Get in for 3. We're gonna pass. The Catilda's gonna do good work at some point. Pro Vampires is quite nice. Well, Thoughtseize is a big pain. Don't like Thoughtseize here for us. So we're just gonna protect this. Do this. You can Thoughtseize us. Do your worst, opponent. Take Spell Queller. Interesting. Not what I would have expected. Down the Phantom makes sense. Dreadbore Rattle Chains. Fine. Back Phantom. Get in for 5. We're just racing. That's where we're at right now. Trying to race. If we can draw a land, we're not in the worst spot because this Catilda's going to just fly over top of him pretty well. No. No thanks. Sure. Kill Spell Queller. Interesting. 10 for 5. Yeah, they could have just killed the Moz Wanderer first, which would have been better. For sure. This Catilda that has pro vampire is gonna be a problem for them though. Sure. Would you like to kill, opponent? Okay, kill that. Kill that, sure. Attack for 5, flying pro vampire. Crack, look for a fatal push. And they'll die. The flavor text does it again. Alright, well, we were able to steal a match against Rakdos there. Even through the machine gun that is Fable. New man, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Can I bet on the 5-0 now? I mean, you can. I don't know if you're going to like the results, because it's still early. We're only 2-0. We only got a little 2-0 going, but deck is impressive. Wager 5K. Was looking away. What was the boarding against red black there? We boarded in three. We boarded in our 3 specialists and Catilda and Skyclave for. What do we take out? It wasn't Spectral. I think it was Shacklegeist and Remorseful Cleric. And kind of does nothing, huh? Kind of does nothing. Has mana, but not much else going. We're on the draw. What deck did this beat? Not many. This is better just by virtue of having a better curve. Blue, green, white. We can get rid of this and still have all our colors. Oh, red, white, but not heroic. Interesting. I say not heroic because they didn't show us a Gigantha. Doesn't mean for sure it's not, but generally speaking. Are they playing the Sam deck? The Boros Reckoner deck that won an RCQ? Chain to the Rocks, okay. So it's enigmatic. Hey, how's it going, Alex? I'm doing well. It's mono red. Sam, I gotta say, I think you might have the worst called shot record I've ever seen in this channel. Because every time you call a shot, it's something else. No, this looks like it looks like it's enigmatic or something. It's Jeskai Ascendancy. Everyone be cool. Oh, no red. That's fair. I heard blue black is red black but worse cards. Do you share that sentiment? Kind of. I think the lack of Fable is what really puts you down, but you can certainly play blue black and have success. Yeah, it is Jeskai Ascendancy, and I agree. This should be a very good matchup. No impulse, please. Another impulse, sure. Yeah, if we're able to find a land, we're in great shape. And even if we aren't, the second Spell Queller, hopefully hitting an Ascendancy, should be good. Now they're Chained to the Rocks. Rude. Really gonna need them to stop drawing Chained to the Rocks. What's the standout to play blue? Ledger Shredder. Ledger Shredder's the big one. Also, just having access to counter spells against green and things like that. I wouldn't say it's like a great pull, but I think it's the best thing you do. Chain of the Rocks and Leyline Bindings always come in pairs. True. Leyline Binding is a good one in this matchup just because it's able to get around Spell Queller pretty reasonably. But if we can get this Queller down on something and protect it with the Rattle Chains, that'll be good. Alright, well we're just gonna end step Rattle Chains because we gotta find some pressure. And it also lets us potentially Catilda next end step. Pulse number 3. I'm getting close to the point where I would consider popping this Remorseful Cleric just as a means to turn off Treasure Cruise, but I don't think we're there quite yet. I think we do still want our offense. Impulse is a great upgrade to this deck. I also saw people playing Impulse in Lotus Field. Seems very good. In decks that don't want to bin their cards, I think it's quite nice. Yeah. And killing our Rattle Chains turns off our ability to play Catilda, which is frustrating. Alright, well. Get in there. So they can have 5 in yard, which would make Treasure Cruise 3. If this Coco goes off, we might just power up. Okay, they don't have a Treasure Cruise, they would have just cast it there. Alright, Coco, it's your time. Show me something good. That ain't it, Chief. Well, I guess being able to eat a Chain to the Rocks is pretty nice. I'm gonna take Moss Wanderer here. Levels up quickly. I mean, they could kill it in response. They're not gonna like the result. This doesn't do the thing they want it to. Yeah, hitting the chain basically makes it a good Coco. I wonder if they have Dig Through Time instead of Treasure Cruise here. Like, oh, I am getting real close to just popping this, to be honest. I might attack and then pop it. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that now. How close are we to lethal? 2, 4, 6. If we hit 2 non-lords, this would be 2, 4, 7, 10. Lords would be lethal then. So any lord is lethal as long as we hit 2 creatures. Right, because that would be 3, 6. 10, 14. So we need 2 creatures, one of which is a lord for this to be lethal. Oof, actual nothing, huh? Alright, well, hopefully we don't die. We are gonna sacrifice the Remorseful Cleric to try and turn off this. That's okay. If we die, we deserve it for taking the shot instead of holding up the Spell Queller. Alright, I'm gonna sack this, get rid of their Treasure Cruises. They also haven't shown us green mana, which makes me think it isn't Ascendancy. Like, we've only seen Impulse, Prophecy, Chain to the Rocks. Like, is it just Jeskai things? We haven't seen any green mana, though they did have Fabled Passage. I don't know. I don't know what they are. Pretty sure that's your creativity list. That would play to me. All right, well, we want these cards. We want this card. Get rid of these Shackle guys. Well, if it is creativity, then we don't want to get rid of Shackle guys because Shackle guys is a beating. We want to get rid of Skyclave, Catilda. Like maybe one Shackle guy? Since we don't know it's creativity. We suspect, but we don't know. Well, they didn't show us Fable. They didn't show us any draw cards. They kind of the problem is they kind of didn't show us anything, right? They showed us just little enough that we think they are a Jeskai deck of controlling nature, but after that, we're not really sure. Could be transmog, could be creativity, could be any number of things, really. I think we're just gonna hedge and de-hedge if we have to go to a game 3. Alright, well this hand's great. Has all our colors, has a Coco, has good interaction. Has a Shacklegeist if we are in fact playing against creativity. Shacklegeist is a very fun one against creativity. It's like, alright, I'm gonna hit you with a worm, and you're like, no. Tap it. Put it back from whence it came. Alright, what we got, opponent? What are we up to? Excited to see there's a Pioneer RC this weekend. Alright, well, immediately shows us a green source. Pause Wanderer, get in there. Alright. You've been chained. I'll lead on the Selfless Spirit. Another Triumph, sure. Shacklegeist, and then we're going to play Selfless or Spectral Sailor on end step. Not quite sure what we're up to yet, but this is a very different look. I think I'm going to let that happen. I think we're going to protect the Selfless Spirit for this Coco. They did draw a card, okay. Tap land. I'm going to main phase this Coco to play around any form of counter spells here. Had Dwarven Mine? That would make sense. We're having a real hard time finding lords. This would have been a great turn to just like chunk them for 10 or for 5, but no. We're a little behind the 8 ball on this one. We have a 2-turn clock, but it's not quite the best clock. Okay, Fable can't get a Dwarven Mine. Yeah, alright. All the mountains in the world. Impulse. Okay. Well, we have a 2-turn clock, but we are kind of in this spot where we're at the mercy of whatever it is they're gonna do. So we don't have any interaction left. So I think Double Lord would have been lethal this turn. Beautiful jambalaya for lunch. Ooh, that's really good. Nice and spicy. Love a good spicy jambalaya. Main phase impulse too. What they're looking for. Well, we can deal 11 with a single lord. Oh, we'll sack this to stop them from looting. Does take down our clock. Alright, Queller was a phenomenal draw. They also missed a land drop. We can just pass. Got it going. Really bad if they have another removal spell here, huh? They do. Alright, well, we're in some trouble. Them having double removal spare layer. Alright, those are gone. It's the Dwarven Mine. They have one card in hand. Shacklegeist is a good one. I'm gonna not attack, so we don't just die to a creativity or a transmog. We're just on the draw cards plan from now to the end of time. It's like a transmog. Then a ghost, sure. So they are creativity, so now we just get to sit forever. Like that. Attack for 3. They need removal spell creativity. Fable's not gonna do it. Tap that down. Lord is lethal. Lost Wanderer is a good one, but we're gonna look for a Lord first. Sure. They have no cards in hand. So they can't have removal spell and creativity. So we're gonna just attack for 3, set up lethal next turn. Pitch a land. Alright, impulse. In a precarious spot. The whims of fate. It's true. I think if they had something powerful here, they would have just cast it at this point. Right? Okay. Once we go to combat, we're tapping down the... I think they were supposed to target the dwarf on the assumption we're tapping this down. Take 1. They have removal, we're in trouble. Draw a card. Alright. We're dead to removal. You need to leave 2 cards back in case they have removal. But if they remove the Shackle Geist, we're dead anyway. They would have just removed Shackle Geist if they could. We don't have any options here, right? Like attacking with all 3, if they kill this, we still don't win. This gives us an out to Shark Typhoon too. They cycle Shark Typhoon to block, we just get to tap it. Why wouldn't they just do that earlier? I don't understand it. Alright, well. Need them not to draw Transmog or Creativity. Okay, we're going to combat. That's good for us. Might have removal here. Not this Coco. The backup plan. Alright. Attack for lethal. Sure. All right. All right. So we were loaded. Coco. Beautiful. All right. 3-0 over creativity. Love to see the win there. All right, we're 3-0. Closes lead. We also haven't played against Mono Green yet, but we're trying to find. Someday we'll find Mono. That day may not be today. One day. We'll take the play. Hand's great. Snap it off. Mono Green is dead on people's hearts. I don't know about that. Mono Green's still the second best deck in the data. Though people are much more in love with Rakdos, it seems. I don't know. I was trying to weigh which land would juke them into thinking we're not Bant Spirits, but the answer is neither. It just doesn't matter. Let's not use brain processing power on that. That's the actual answer. True. Rakdos is in danger. Keeps pushing the bounds of being 25% of the winner's metagame. Can't imagine it's gonna go uncontested forever. Play Shacklegeist. Pathway will make him think you're blue-white. True. And then we have to take damage. I'm not a fan of. How about the elves, though? We don't do that here. I don't want to attack. They have a Thalia's lieutenant. They're winning that race anyway. They have an Adeline. I feel a little bit dumb, but they still get the attacks. Okay. Well, that's rude. Let's play this. Pass. Yeah, Fable's the only card, or Bone Crusher Giant. I think it'd be leaning towards Fable. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Sure, you have a 3. You can attack. Well, this Brave the Elements is going to be a nightmare, huh? Alright. Things are going poorly. They don't. I don't see WotC banning 4-color in Modern outside the banning Rakdos. I don't think those two things are unrelated. I think it's an issue of 4-color in Modern. I haven't looked at the data, but I doubt it's 25% of the winner's metagame. Well, Very dead here. But post board is where I'm happier in this matchup. Cyclave comes in, portable holes come in. Forceful cleric goes out. Rattle chains go out. Green specialist. This specialist is probably just worse than Catilda here. Well, I've talked about this ad nauseum, but I think for green, it's very clearly Nykthos, Storm, Cavalier, Karn. Rakdos is where it's a lot harder, because everything's kind of replacement level. That's Bant Spirits versus Mono Green. Very good. Any deck with the word spirit in it, very good into mono. 5-color spirits would probably still be good into mono green. Yeah, spirits is one of the decks that keeps mono green from ever quite dominating in the same way as some other decks could. This is a matchup of two decks trying to beat up on mono green. Play Phantom to start. Naturally blocks, so they have to put something else on. Now make black the color we receives the most in the new set. I mean, we can't go backwards, right? I also think Liliana and Shieldred aren't the problem, which is interesting. It's just the fact that those cards made your matchup against aggro better, which gave you more slots in your sideboard, which gave you more ability to fight your bad matchups. It's odd the way it played out. Huh. I am going to play this to disguise like a spell color, but actually just a ganja this. Totsky something new, gives all your birds the Curious Obsession line from Mono Blue. Oh yeah. Yeah, Totsky's also just very good into any of the mid-range piles. So against Rakdos, it gives you a lot better game one. Does some really nice things. Although it's a little awkward if they have a Shieldred. Draw 5 and die. If you ban Fable, Black-Red won't get hurt that much. Well, that's the thing. You don't want it to get hurt that much. You want it to still be a good deck. You want, like, it's fine for Rakdos to be a top deck, even the best deck. You just don't want it to be so far ahead of the curve that nothing else can compete. That's where it becomes a problem. I should put this on Luminarch Aspirant. And that doesn't make a lot of sense. Just protecting this here, to be honest with you. Why people complain so much of Black-Red, it's the most fair deck in the format. Because even a fair deck that is 25% of the winner's metagame is a problem. I don't have a problem with Black-Red existing as a deck. I have a problem with any deck being a quarter of the winner's metagame. I don't want mono green to be a quarter of the winner's metagame. I don't want blue white to be a quarter of the winner's metagame. I don't want anything to be a quarter of the winner's metagame. That is the actual problem here. People who are concerned that it's black-red are missing the point to a degree, I think. We have seen decks are not able to compete with black-red on scale. Mainly, I think, because, again, that's a beating. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Pick your least favorite deck and then have it be 25% of the metagame. most people would be unhappy, right? But now pick your favorite deck and have it be 25% of the metagame. Most people would still be unhappy. I just think once you start approaching that level, you start ending up in a position where it warps the format to a degree where you're just unhappy to play most of it. We want to do this in case we hit a Shacklegeist and tap. Let's go, double Skyclave Apparition. Eat this. This. Yeah, that's what we were scared of. Alright, we'll die. Alright. No 5-0. Somewhere Micah is crying. We'll have a 4-1 versus 3-2 prediction going. Yeah, well, you can metagame situations like that. That's you know, look at Niv winning one of the last challenges, right? That is a great example of if you expect to play against Rakdos 6 times, you're thrilled if you pick the metagame deck. But the problem is that you know, you're not always going to be able to just target one deck. And mono green pushes out a lot of the decks that are able to go over the top of Rakdos. And Rakdos does a good job of eating up the decks that beat mono green. Yeah, I mean, that's always fair. Yeah, I mean, Claudio's gonna outpace Niv on rate by a lot. I think that's fair. I also think it's difficult, like when Ginger wins a challenge with Red Black, like, okay, do we take that as Red Black being the best or Ginger winning? And when Red Black wins every other weekend, it's a lot easier to say that's the deck than the player. But when Niv puts up 0 results and then Claudio wins a challenge, and then next week when Claudio doesn't play Niv again, it puts up 0 results. It quickly becomes probably less about the deck and more about the player. Giggy Man, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. We're against Phoenix, which is not a matchup we're happy to play against. It's one of the matchups that's bad for us. We can steal it, but it's not comfortable. Like, I think if you told me you were not allowed to play, like, for some reason, like, let's say card availability, whatever, you were not allowed to play red black or mono green, I think I would probably play mono white humans or Bant Spirits. But I think if you had access to one of those other 2 decks, you should just be playing it. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, when it's everyone who picks up red black does well with it, that's more of a concern to me. Right, and we've already started to see people adjust to mono green because it's a much easier to attack deck than Rakdos is, as far as like decks that exist and are able to attack it. Be playing elves, baby. You wouldn't want to play elves into this matchup either. This card and this deck would destroy elves. Yeah, Phoenix not what we want to see, especially not on this start. I'm just gonna pass. We're gonna tap this. There's a contingent of players who play Phoenix all the time. Daniel's one of them. Actual Phoenix only gamer. Alright, well. Tap that down. Yeah, Spirit of the Labyrinth's funny. The problem is they just have so much removal that it becomes unlikely to survive. That's just the problem with this matchup in general. Okay. We in there. Squirrel time. Yeah, this is just a matchup that is, by design, very difficult. Yeah, I agree. I think Phoenix is in an interesting spot. It's just not the best spot, per se. I don't know how much you want to be in a good spot, but not the best spot in your, like, selected archetype. Alright, we're gonna pass. Desperately hope they don't have their one-of Spell Pierce here. They do. Sicko mode. Now we get to die. Never don't have it. Well, they do see most their deck most games. But yeah, so it is tough. Sweltering something, huh? Daniel, have a heart. Get in there, boys. Draw, collect a company. Had to be collected company or Skyclave apparition. Of these. Really don't like Queller in this matchup. There we go. Now we can actually fight. Still not good, but we can fight. We're just a disaster. Yeah, I feel like mono white is the deck I'm most expecting to have a breakout weekend this weekend. As people add more extraction specialists and wedding announcements, you can probably make the I'm pretty sure this is the Drake's version and not the Phoenix version. If it's the Phoenix version, I'd bring in Hearst, but I don't think it is. I think it's Thing in the Ice, Shredder, and Drake's. Yeah, it adds a lot of texture to a format when you have very strong players who can like pick their archetype. It's a little awkward. It has all the cards we want in the matchup, so it's hard to turn down. Yeah, I like when the format develops to a point where you can have specialists. Which Pioneer's been for a long time, right? We've always had specialists, but I always find it neat. Hey, the two sideboard slots are always going to be locked into graveyard. Hey, well,
Unfortunately, I think that's just the nature of a format where decks like Greasefang and Phoenix exist. You can't be too mad about having to respect the graveyard even a little. Yeah, I can't leave home without it. Really want to draw a land here so that we can appropriately leverage which color mana we want this pathway on. We need white and green. We're gonna do a little value just to try and get on the board. We wanted to have something on the board for this Totsky. Let's see if they show us a Phoenix. They don't. Go, Scroll Man, go. It's your time. Hoping they cast it. Well, it's gonna end up being fine for them, fortunately. They were just trying to get the Phoenix into play. So they attack, but they shouldn't. Oh, attack. Or part of them. Mana hurts us here because otherwise we could portable hold this. Cruise? Sure. Rarely can you say cruise, sure, but imagine if Toski had pro blue. That would be comically powerful. Portable hole. Get in there, lads. Let's draw some cards. Wanderer, Coco. Turns out draw 3, good. I'm gonna look for a Queller. Wait, did we board out all our Quellers? Did. I'm going to not do that. I was like, wait a minute, I knew we did that. We have the Spell Queller, or the Skyclave Apparition. Fine. We also have a Moss Wanderer for 2 to protect us here. Upland. Coco time. Beautiful. Take that one back. Oh, you don't want us drawing 5 cards here? Alright, game 3, lads. Kotsky did a great job there. Good job, Squirrel Boy. Mm-hmm. Alright, we saw the Phoenixes, so now we gotta bring in hers. I also have a braid, though. Alright. See if we can't close this out here. Dan's got a lot going for it. We're gonna have to put this on white. Fine. How does tax work with delve? You can pay the tax with delving? Yes. Yeah. If you have a Redain, you can just delve 2 more spells. Or 2 more cards. Ugh. We're in trouble. We have portable holes, skyclaves to draw to. Otherwise, we are in trouble. Alright. Missed on land. Oh, this is a very traditional one, I feel. Most of the traditional ones aren't running the Drake. No mono black on the Pioneer tier list. It was in the F&M tier in the description for the video. Unfortunately, the deck does not put up any level of consistent results, nor does it really beat any of the top decks. It's very much a mid-range deck that is a worse mid-range deck than what we have already. If on the land. Cruise. Alright. In trouble. That's not a removal spell. Desperately needed a removal spell there. Fine. Play 1 rattle chains here. Cute flip. Chains. They have removal here, we're in real trouble too, but yeah.
Everything looking bad. Everything looking bad for us. That's not quite the draw we need. All right. We remain in trouble. Ontario, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Sweltering Suns, rude AF. Yeah. Just gotta find a Skyclave apparition here. Another lightning axe? No. Well, portable hole or Skyclave apparition, or we're gonna die. We're still likely gonna die now. So. Alright, take 10. Skyclave or portable hole or bust. Alright, well this buys us some time, potentially. I can crew and block too here. No, we wouldn't. Eat next turn. Thinking about if we block this turn. Turn we have to block. Phoenix and a card. Next turn we can throw this away if we need to. 5. They're 1 mana short of standing that up. Okay. Now, if they draw a land, we die. Close, though, because if we do 6 and then 9, we have lethal. But if they draw land, we die, because this has to block here. So we can only swing for 3. And then this can get in front of this. If we don't attack, we could triple block here. No, we can't. So we do need to get in for 1 hit. It's not great. We need them to draw a tap land, specifically. Alright, that's bad for us. That's probably the death knell. Really need them to draw a tap land there. Ugh, fortunate. Alright. We need a Coco here. Damn. Alright. We had outs, but we never found a portable hole or a Skyclave game 3. Fortunately, it's another 3-2. We're living the 3-2 life today. What do we got kicking around? It's our big payoff here. Chandra, Awakened Inferno. Got it. Alright, we'll run it back with Spirits. Would love to face against some green decks. That's for sure. That was tough.
Now you're here. Alright, keep this. I'm gonna get rid of the double white card, so we can potentially just curve. Are we against Niv? Niv is generally a pretty good matchup for us, just because we can tempo them out, but they are able to, if we don't do anything, they are able to deal with us. Could also just be Jund. Yeah, looks like it is just like a Jund deck, maybe? I didn't think Niv was running Thoughtseize. Sure. Play Shacklegeist. The least important card. We just want to delay our playing of Pathways until the last possible second. And they have a Fatal Push, sure. Alright, looks like it is just Jund. The Junderdome. White. More likely, we have 5 cards in the deck that use green. More likely we need it on white since they've taken one of our green cards. If they hadn't already taken one of our green cards, I'd be a lot more putting it on green. Can you use a Tourist Rider on this? Knowing we have a Rattle Chain? Alright, well, just gets to eat it. Could even just sack this. Sure. 4-mana thing we doing? Gildred? Yeah, because we can sack either way. Rakdos' return? Playing again. Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have just. We just talked about this. I could have just sacrificed the Wanderer and then hit them for like 10. Yeah. It's me. I'm the idiot. Press F. F for the respects. That was. We are. Wild and don't mind me. Imagine running Rakdos' return and then your opponent doesn't just sack their 1-drop to counter it. Truly wild. Press F to call Strimmer a dummy. True, true. Alright, well they're out of cards. We would love to have our hand back though. Alright, Maz Wanderer. Your turn. Okay. Alright, well. We have our mana, now we just need to draw another Coco. They deserve to live sometimes. Not here. Here we'd much rather have a Rattle Chains and a Supreme Phantom, I think. Oh. Well, we can never beat that card ever, so... Perfect. I mean... I don't think taking Magic that seriously is ever going to be a good move for anybody, bud. I think if your punching monitors to misplays, you're probably losing more games to yourself than not as a baseline. Alright, the Junderdome. Morsel Cleric. Catilda. They got some Quellers. I still just can't believe we let that happen. I think we still wouldn't have killed them in time before the Gargaroth came down, but would have liked to have tried. Remember, at the end of the day, we're playing leagues. These are the equivalent of testing for fun matches. They are not high stakes events. We don't need to treat them as such. All right, we'll keep this 5 and hope to hit a land. Plus, there's also the factor that in Magic there's 3 games, right? So if you're already upset by game 1, you're more likely to lose game 2 and 3, I would suspect. We'll pass. That's fine. Nice. Operate at instant speed from now to the end of time, hopefully. I'm gonna play this. They can either take our thoughts, take our Lofty, or take our Supreme Phantom. I don't think we can afford to counter our Thoughtseize here and then have our creature killed anyway. Takes Lofty, makes sense. So, in the end, we just got a creature in instead of playing Lofty. Though we will die if they just slam a Gargaroth here, so there's that. Alright. I'll just play this and your 3-drop can kill our 1-drop. We are looking mono bluish here. It's fair. They have a spell. Okay. Well, we're in a bad way. Need them to have nothing. We need to draw a land and then some. There's the 5th land, so this is probably a Gargaroth or something to that effect. Finger. Okay. Fine. Alright, your time to shine, Empyrean Eagle. They're down to 1 card in hand. They've used Thoughtseize, Gobling, 2 pushes, and an Anger of the Gods. I feel like they've got to be pretty low on resources. They do have a castle, though. It does make life hard. Sure. Sure. Alright, we need a Coco or Extraction Specialist. Wow, this was also a mull to 5. A mull to 5 on the play. I think with 2 more cards, we'd be okay. Well, not now. Now we'd be dead. We gotta stop drawing this at the exact wrong moment, huh? Okay. You got it, opponent. Opponent just wanted it more. Gunned deck got us. Sometimes it be that way. Alright, maybe we'll run into some green decks. I mean, I guess that's probably a matchup I'd like. Well, they're more closer to red-black than green. Fair. Basically Explorer listed too. True. It used to be Moz Wanderer wasn't in there, but I don't think that Moz Wanderer is in there now, so I'm trying to think what we're. Wish WotC released real data on decks winning and play percentage. I mean, that would be lovely. It's never gonna happen though. they have as clearly as humanly possible stated that they don't want that to happen. So I think we can understandably move on from the idea of them ever giving us real data. Wizards is scared of the idea that we will extrapolate things from their data, including solving a format, which they are not of interest of having happen. So that's perfectly reasonable, but it does mean that we are probably never going to see real data again. That's not a land. I wish it wasn't that way, right? I'd love to get the data and stuff, but just isn't gonna happen. WotC is very much afraid of the idea of people learning their secrets. Well, the counter on yourself, attack for 5. Five, 6. 6 and 9 is lethal, but we're not gonna have 6 and 9. This is way more than 10 damage. 4, 5, 8. It's actually exactly 10 damage. But we could draw. Can't draw land and Empyrean Eagle. Fortunately, I think we're just gonna end up underneath. Sure. Sure. 4, 7, 9. Okay. Well, our out is to block here, take 4, 8, 9, go to 1. Block. Take 9, go to 1. 3, so 4, 7, 8, 9. We need to draw exactly Supreme Phantom. Any Supreme Phantoms? That's the wrong 2-mana creature. Did I miss the blue-black midrange? Yeah, the build we were playing didn't end up feeling that great, so we moved on to Bant Spirits. But now we're just dying a horrible death to Bant Spirits with Bant Spirits too. Yeah, it was the one with Solarian Terror. There was some interesting stuff in it, but it wasn't quite as impressive as we would have liked it to be, I think. The Tolarian Terror was interesting. Like I said, it's tough to fill your yard fast enough for it to be effective, and then the See the Truth was not as impressive as one I think it would need to be worth the slots there. I think you're better off with that sort of style just being all in on Ledger Shredder instead. Terror is such a cool card, but I think as long as Treasure Cruise and Dig exist, I'll never see play. True. Yeah, we were playing Shieldred. That's the thing, is like it did definitely feel like there was quite a lot of decisions in that build that could have been made differently that I would have preferred, I think. Hole. Gonna hold up a Rattle Chain for a trade, potentially. Yeah, I think the problem just ended up being that we didn't have great payoffs and everything was kind of a mediocre payoff to the effect we were trying to do. too. You're in there. I want to hold this in case they have a post-combat Brutal Cathar. Portable hole. Don't go after the creatures. This allows us to raise pretty nicely, huh? For 9. We have lethal even through a removal spell. I'm playing blue-red control Tolarian, but it feels like a worse Crackling Drake. Yeah, that's the other thing is Ward 2 is nice, but it's not like it's not unkillable, and so at that point you would much rather have Crackling Drake that just always draws a card. I'll block. Sure. Any spirit here. Alright, game 3. Game 3 time. Oh, we're on the draw. Alright. We want to talk about a hand that can get there. We're going to be in tough shape if they have a great curve, but we're going to try and trade off with anything we can. Ideally, we would have drawn a 1-drop there, but did not. So we played this to make them consider if we have the flash 1/1. Well, Lieutenant's going to do a good job of making them not care, fortunately. But I'd rather them have Lieutenant here than the one that pumps out counters every turn, Aspirant. So the worst thing they could have here is Adeline. Best thing is they just attack. Like to offer a trade. Has hexproof, so you can Aganjo it. Brave, sure. The Brave and 3 damage they don't get now. Can just play this on this. Would I just play out a Naked Queller? Yeah, I would. Because again, if they're just playing Brave here, that's fine. They could have an Aganjo. Alright, they're smart. They chose not to run it out. Does just mean we're going to get to Coco, though. Good. I'll run this out. Alright, we've survived. Did what we tried, what we said we were going to do. Just survive. Did nothing. Sure. We have 3 Quellers and 4 extractions, or not extraction specialist, Skyclave apparitions. Gonna run it. We want Queller. Well, we're getting a Queller back anyway. Oh, they have a Brave. Fuck us, I guess. Double Brave is kind of rude, gotta tell you, huh? that. Selfless lets us block and still be in a position to trade if we want to, or just block with the Skyclave that doesn't have anything under it and still protect our overloaded things we don't want to die. Are you? I really hate that this card is seeing play now. It's a disaster every time. We 3-0 into 3-2'd, Sam. Second Zone is just such an obnoxious magic card, man. Really do be. Yeah, we'll trade. Does Selfless Spirit not help there? No. Not. It is not killing it. It is simply exile. That the island guy? No. I don't think I've ever seen Sam play an island, to be fair. Stop drawing spells? Need you to stop that, please. Shackle guys can't block. Unfortunate. Take 3. Not unbelievable. Just actually unbelievable. Alright. You got it, Chief. Please kill us. They can kill us just by cracking Chef at Dunes and putting the counter on the Luminous Aspirant. Just think Ice good in this matchup since we can tap the worm. Oh, you've got to be ages behind, Pedro, since we're not playing its creativity anymore. Yeah, Degen Stone Exiles, and that was a disaster. We also just like drew enough lands to cast every card in our deck. Unfortunate. Alright, we'll take the play. Hurtling towards the disaster zone. Alright. Against Gigantha, either heroic or sacrifice. 4 drops fine into both matchups, though the Skyclave is better into one than I suppose. And then pass. Ooh, what is this? Could be Ascendancy? No, so it's probably Enigmatic or Niv. No, Niv. Niv. Niv works. Not gonna be able to do anything to this. Play this in case they play something we can Skyclave. Unlikely. Maybe they have like something they'll play here. Add another one of these. Yeah, you can kill this, it's fine. All ends up the same unless they have a fatal push too. Toski time. It's our boy. No fatal push. Stoutsky. Nice. Coco? Chris on that 4-drop. Well, that's rude. Why would they let us draw a card? Let us draw a card for free? Fan. Did they click the wrong blue-green spell? They did. Lovely. These, cut these. Yeah. Opponent wildly. Actively watching a squirrel run outside my window as Utotski. That just makes sense. If you're asking what a raccoon is, you gotta get your squirrel action in too. The whole field of barnyard animals kicking around. Alright, well. Drop into counterspell. Mad at it. Fucking path. I'm gonna play this. Their 3-drops aren't particularly scary. Although I guess there is a... Well, I need a white source here to have Clarion. Oh no? About to get got? Quite rude. Feels like, yeah. Well, that's what we get for trying to be proactive, I suppose. Alright. Well, now we're just gonna rely on Coco's, hopefully. Blind bind. Okay. Alright, we'll pass. Alright, well, if they cast a 5-drop, we're gonna loft you. Just classic classic sensor. Alright, well, we got 2 lords kicking. Oh no, now they can play around it. Have a second one. That'll be tough to beat. Well, Scarab God's actually easier to beat. Well, until next turn when they buy this back, I suppose. It didn't click the Supreme Phantom? My mind. That's okay. I'm mad. That's fine. They should be at 2 less. They'd be at 11 with a Coco and 2 lords coming. Alright, well. Sometimes it'd be that way. We're having one today. We're going through it today. Yeah. You know. They got a growth spiral. They probably took Bring to Light. That's all they got though. No, they put growth spiral in hand. Interesting. Shock. 5. What do we want up this? See what we got. Okay, Shacklegeist, Shacklegeist. We're gonna tap this down. I like to draw a land. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, not having the extra Lord in play here has lowered our clock. Huge hater of the card Leyline Binding. Interesting. It's such a fair card though. Hard to be that mad at it, I suppose. You have your own Phantom now. Best removal and spell in Modern. Uh, it's probably really good. I don't know if it's the best, but it's really good. It is very good against. It's very good against everything. Just a generically good card. All right, take 5. Another Leyline Binding. Okay. Tyrian Eagle, let's go. Hey, we win. Queller, Wanderer, Skyclave, Selfless Spirit. Yeah, that's true. It does do a very good job of always getting its target. It even hits Totsky. Leyline Binding's a good one. You're able to adequately punish the deck with a high CMC. Everything hits Totsky nowadays. It's true. My poor boy. Kelly massacred my boy. Alright, we'll take the play. We're up against Terran Zone. Wonder what their favorite Starcraft classes. Alright, well this hand's a banger. Could just get rid of Eagle and go 1-2-4. Or we get rid of the Shack Vice and go 1-3-4. I think in the metagame I'm happier to have a Shackle Guys, to be honest. Play this on the correct side so we don't lock ourselves out of playing the game. Oh, they skipped their first turn. That's not ideal. Okay. Well, we have no idea what they're playing because they skipped their first turn. It says they were last playing mono red. So if we knew they were playing mono red, we'd board these in. But we don't. Don't have any idea what they're playing. I mean, we could just do it to do it, huh? Sure. Even if they're not mono red, this is still a reasonable board against a fair number of decks. Realistically, we just resubmit. Why not? Take advantage of the fact that, in theory, TGO bot or MTG bot giving us some info. Alright, well, this hand's a banger against most decks. Even Rakdos. Just like run out some threats and then buy them back. Oh, they're on Bushwhacker. So we boarded correctly. Love a portable hole. Alright, well. Still fine. Still okay. Well, Kari's not burning tree. That's nice. The extraction specialist is a lot worse into etchings, huh? Carcass command. Play with fire, sure. That'll happen. Fortunately, I think we gotta just try and run them out of cards, huh? Alright, we'll play a 2-3. Again, does a good job of shutting down the board to a degree. Creatures you control can't be blocked by creature tokens this turn. Okay. I'd like to block Kamano, please. No, stop! Double play with fire is a gross, huh? Now they have a first striker. Alright, well, we need to get rid of this and this, which isn't great. I think we gotta get rid of the Kari. At least if we do this, actually. This can block the Loyalist. We'll take this damage and this, take 3, and then we have a lifelink on crackback to gain back 3. So at least that's a reasonable trade. Or Stomp. Stomp take 4 hurts. It do. They have the land. 1 in hand. Alright, Selfless Spirit. So this can get in front of this can get in front of this or this. Stop drawing cards that do things, opponent. That's so rude. Just want you to not draw cards. Alright, so they're Bushwhacker. They're better. Too bad. Apparently some controversial statements in the tier list video this week. People weren't thrilled about the idea that I think there should potentially be some bannings on the horizons if things don't change. We'll see. See how things shake out. Your list is out early today. Always good. Should have some gameplay videos later in the week. Well, Ginger winning with Rakdos is a skill diff. I don't disagree with that. It's like Claudio winning with Niv is a skill diff. The problem is when everyone is winning with the deck, it's no longer a skill diff, it's probably deck diff. Claudio, I think, is my go-to example of where a skill diff elevating a deck is easily observable. Because when Claudio doesn't play Niv, Niv doesn't show up. And then when Claudio plays Niv, it does well. When Ginger doesn't play red-black midrange, it still dominates the metagame. Ginger is a very skilled pilot doing very well with a very good deck. That's nothing to write home about. That is sort of the expected value on that. The problem becomes when anyone and everyone who picks up the deck is putting up results and it ends up being a quarter of the winning metagame. That's the issue. Thalia, Forest, Spellcaller, all banned. Get him out of here. Very good player, but he's also playing a deck that everyone else is winning with. Yeah, exactly. Again, I think it's not unreasonable for Ginger to believe it to be skill diff, because if I was Ginger, I too would think it's skill diff, because Ginger's a very skilled player who is doing very well. The problem is when everyone is putting up those kind of results. And that's kind of what we're seeing. There's not really a limitation on who's doing exceptionally well with the deck. And like I said, we saw Mono Green get pulled back down to earth a little bit this week with only 8 qualifying finishes, whereas Rakdos still put up a huge amount. Can even... Oh no, we got... They killed our Skyclave, that's fine. Yeah, like, out of 74 finishes, 18 were red-black, and 15 of those were from the challenges. Mono Green had 8, Blue-White Control had 6. And, like, yeah, the 6 in the challenge is much higher than most other decks. But this is an egregious outlier. And this is down from last week, because there was just fewer results. Yeah, I think that's a big reason I'm pretty pro banning Fable too, is that it doesn't eliminate the deck, it simply makes it different. And I think that's a perfectly good thing, is if you mitigate a deck without making it unplayable, right? Yeah, it eliminates the big end game that Fable has, which is just you can't win because I have a Fable. And like it makes cards like Bloodtithe Harvester more reasonable because they no longer have this machine gun benefit. And again, getting a head-on mana so you can double spell earlier. It's a card that does everything, and it's hard to be mad about the idea of them potentially targeting a card that does everything so efficiently. Alright, Bushwhacker's in there. They're all gonna have first strike. That's gonna hurt. Okay. Here. 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 Like this.
3 okay cards fused into one, making a good card and a half. True. Yeah, that's the biggest part of it, is it's just sort of a little bit of everything. It does all the things and it does it all well. That's scary. Alright, we need them not to draw a Tarkus command here. The big one. We're able to untap. We're in a... Yep. They couldn't kill our lifelinker. They died. Alright, well. You know that time. Time for a 3-2. Yeah, there is a variety of interesting angles to take it, though, as far as like what you would want banned, what you want changed. But again, it's one of the situations where like we're 3 weeks in. If you told me that in a month people will adjust and attack the deck, I wouldn't be shocked. But we're quite a ways away from that, and we're 3 weeks into the format. Again, it's not the most amount of data, but it's easy to write off week 1. It's easy to write off week 2. By week 3, the you know, the antennae go up, and you're like, huh, that's a lot of Rakdos. And again, now people have a very clear target, right? This hand just is too slow. This hand's the same hand, but worse. We'll keep it on a 6. I think banning Karn to go to the combo could be a meaningful hit for mono green. I mean, we talk about this a lot. There's a lot of ways to attack mono green. I think going after Karn is the least reasonable among them. I think you end up sort of taking away the combo and still leaving the unbelievable explosivity. And like, yeah, it definitely changes the metagame share, or the way the deck plays in the metagame. But I don't think Karn is the problem, and Nykthos will rear its ugly head again at some point. Missed their land drop. They kept a Thoughtseize with a tap land. They just missed their land drop. Wild. Absolutely wild. I would rather have my 3-drops. Interacting with Exile sideboard like that is trash card design. I mean, it's not. It's a very specific instance where it's a problem. And for the most part, I think it's a reasonable design, right? It just is frustrating because there is a singular card that abuses it. What is a dumb non-combo deck ramp problem? I don't know what it would become, but again, banning cards that are not the enabler of the deck leads to situations where like you could just find a replacement. And then you're in the same position. Oh, it's Greasefang. No wonder they kept a low land count hand. They probably have everything wrapped up. If they banned Fable and not Karn, I'd be amazed. Again, banning Karn is not a reasonable solution to the problem. I say it often, but I think it's probably the 4th card you would ban out of green. Karn being 15 different answers. Well, again, that's part of the design of Karn. That is in line with the design of Karn. That is doing what's intended. The issue is more when it combos unreasonably, giving them an unbeatable endgame. But also, a lot of those games were over without the combo, right? When you just think about like, yes, you have 30 power in play on, or 30 mana in play on turn 5. You're still losing. You're just maybe losing in a different way than you're used to. think Karn should be banned whether or not we're talking about mono green. That seems like a take I can't get behind, but certainly can understand it. You guys remember people played that red green ramp deck for like a week, put up like a 63% win rate? Sure. Any given Sunday, any given deck can do great. That has never been in question. Luckily, that is not what we judge our fans based off of. Farewell's value skyrocketed. True. Still a really good card. Probably underplayed, all things considered. Really, we just want to board in Hearse here. I think that's about it. Chop down a Toski and a Catilda here. Well, this hand's great. Shacklegeist is a really, really impressive card in this matchup. The only problem is we're on the draw, so theoretically... Oh, they were Abzan, not just black-white? Fair enough. Real problem here is that if the Shacklegeist dies, we're in trouble. Also, if they just have it turn 3, we're gonna die because we're on the draw. But that is the draw to Abzan. Greasefang is... Okay, so they can't have Grizzly Savage, but they can have Wayfinder here. Nazi is... Alright, well, they're not getting ahead on their plan, but we aren't either. I wonder if they're going to take Coco again. Just saw your tier list. What would you consider needs answered out of red-black? For me, it'd be Fable or Bone Crusher Giant. Because they keep the deck able to continue to be a reasonable metagame share, like a good deck that is still very impressive in the metagame, but it doesn't have to be oppressively strong. The other thing is that, like, Rakdos is such a deck of replacement effect cards that, like, the only non-replacement effect cards are Fable, Bone Crusher, and Thoughtseize, and you're not touching Thoughtseize. So it really only leaves you a couple options. Right, when you break down what the deck is, it's a bunch of reasonable things, all replacement value, and then a couple cards that are incredibly powerful. Parhelion. Can't ban Thoughtseize. Cannot ban Thoughtseize. I know people like the idea of banning Thoughtseize, but you really don't unless you are a big fan of playing against combo a lot. Banning Thoughtseize would make a lot of decks incredibly unbalanced. Sure, you're just going to end up with a lot more bans that you probably don't want to deal with. Yeah, Thoughtseize is a good card for the format. Like I said, when you break down red-black, you end up in this position where there's very few non-replacement level cards to remove. Ideally, you shouldn't ever have to play Thoughtseize main. I don't know if I agree with that, Tom. I think it's not unreasonable to play Thoughtseize main just because it's a good effect. But I understand that it's probably less enjoyable in a scenario where you presumably have to play it main. So on my Jeskai tendency to be safe man, I don't know. Getting controversial in here. Ban talk's always controversial. That is the thing I have learned, is that ban conversations are always controversial and often lead to unenjoyable experiences. But they are a fundamental core piece of Magic. Okay. Oh, that was dumb. We needed to tap the Greasefang in response there. Now we might just die. Yeah, that was hilariously dumb. Got lucky that they didn't hit a Parhelion. Dude, we're playing fast and loose today. Sorry for opening the can of worms. No, you're all good. It's the tier list came out today, and people have been
been interested since I brought up the point of Rakdos being a bit too strong. Erraticarn into letting you eat it, make it Uncarn. There you go. Like Space Chase, but Space Karn. Alright, Bant. You keep going on 3-0 runs. Can we put one together that isn't a 3-0 into a 3-2? Or a 0-2 into a 3-2? We're also 10 matches in without finding green. Unfortunate, since that is quite literally what we're here for. Does a good job of policing combo, but you can't deny Thoughtseize as a card generates more non-games. Definitely not true. I don't even think it generally causes non-games. For the most part, it limits things. It doesn't make you unable to play the game. Yeah, I don't think I would agree with the idea that Thoughtseize makes non-games. It's not like it takes your only land, right? It means that you are most likely going to have to play a deck with redundancy in it. The problem with Thoughtseize is when it takes answers, right? It's when you're able to protect a combo with it. But that's not the same as what Thoughtseize is generally used for in the format. Like, Greasefang uses it as a combo element. Yeah, him causes non-games. That's fair. Him also is hilariously out of proportion for something like Pioneer. Yeah, taking lands with it's fair, but also the opponent probably should have led on that land. And if they were on the draw, like, yeah, it happens. That's unfortunate, but I don't think that's a non-game on average. I think that's just modal double-faced lands. Yeah, we're not gonna block. You have Delta's damage. Karizev. Non-game or not, it's hilarious. That's true. It's definitely hilarious when things like that happen. Played Legacy this weekend. On the play, took my opponent's second and third land with him. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen, and it'll feel just as bad every time. All right, you're in there with a Kamano. We are getting stomped. Not blocking. You're in there. Let's just race them, huh? I like this you're dead next turn plan. All right, Collected Company, it's your time to shine. We got 3/5s all around. I will double block, opponent. Show me what you have. Lightning Strike? Sure. That's fine. No problem at all. Yeah, you're dead. A 2-for-1. We'll say Brainstorm lock because whenever you cast Brainstorm or not, you're still locked onto the cards you don't want to draw. Well, if you fetch them away, the idea of Brainstorm, right, is you cast Brainstorm, you draw 3 real Magic cards, and you put 2 lands or 2 non-cards away, and then you crack a fetch or shuffle, and then you are drawing fresh cards again, and those cards you didn't want are gone forever. You're Brainstorm locked when you can't manipulate the top of your library, so you're guaranteed to just draw the same cards you saw slowly. Whereas usually you set it up so that you can use a fetch land or a shuffle effect to unlock yourself. All right. Mono red, huh? Bring in these. Tacklegeist, Remorseful Cleric, and Spellcaller. Be Sailor over Geist. Geist is probably a little better. Yeah, I know that, but when you can't shuffle them away, it's the same as if you never cast the Brainstorm in the first place. Yeah. The difference, though, is that you just wouldn't cast it into... Like, if I told you weren't going to be able to shuffle, you just hold the Brainstorm so you could. So it's more the idea that it's the same thing as not casting it, but you've used a resource you otherwise wouldn't have used. So it's worse for you. Totsky. Hello, friend. One Moswand. Uh. That's rude. Rude AF. A bad feeling they're gonna print liquid metal coating? No. No, there is no shot. They have learned that I can't imagine they ever print liquid metal coating in a format that already sees play for Karn. That would be wild. Kind of hilarious, but wild. Alright, get in for 4, opponent. We're gonna take some damage here. With Spear. We're just trying to race, but it's not a good race here. It's a WotC move? True. That's like the equivalent of a pro gamer move, the WotC move. Alright, I'll block here. I really want them to get trapped under their Eidolon. 2, 4, 5. I'd like to draw a non-damaging land so we can get this Totsky down. Just a free blocker. Another Eidolon. 4, 5. Huh. 2, 5, 6. The second Eidolon stops us from killing them, huh? Mycos and Gladys and Standard? Oh yeah. Easy. Yeah, the blue-black deck we tried out wasn't great, but we probably refine it and play it another day. I don't think that's unreasonable. So we need them not to draw a land, huh? We have 4 attackers to 4 blockers, huh? Or 3 blockers. If we play anything here that isn't Totsky, we get a 1. 2, 5, 6. We're 1 short. 1 short. We die to lands and non-lands if we play something, huh? Maybe we just attack with a 2/2. Block here. Block here. Take 4, go to 1. And we have lethal on the crackback, but we die to lands and spells. Not ideal. Not ideal. Alright. Best thing they could draw for us would be Den of the Bugbear. Oh no, they drew an untap land. Why? Yeah, unfortunately, I think the list that we were playing was a little bit too cute, and we wanted to probably be playing on the play. We'd rather have these. I think you'd want to be playing more of like the blue-black mid-range deck that leans into Ledger Shredder and Treasure Cruise more so than the founding of the first path or whatever it is. That card was interesting but underimpressed, I would say. As far as we were hoping. Yeah, I think the saga was interesting. Terror wasn't impressive enough. I think you just build around Shieldred and Ledger Shredder and don't play the cute cards. Just play the good cards. That's where I would start, I think. Alright, I'll run out of Phantom. You're in there. Taking us. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We're gonna eat this. There for one. See? Yeah, we're not blocking. Yeah. Fine. Alright, you're up. What you got for me, opponent? That's fine. Any attacks? Alright, double Skyclave, huh? I will take the damage. Huh? Nailed it. Oh yeah, easy nailed it. Alright. GG's. Triple defeat mono red. Yeah, getting our Coco off in time there. Quite powerful. There we go. Take the play. And does so much nothing. Hand's much better. I'll get rid of this. It's gonna be blue-white. Oh, we finally found mono green. Let's go. Stop on their turn. Attack. I would like to draw a land for this Coco. Here's their Kiora. Get these two. Quick little kill Kiora. Yeah. Kill Kiora, tap down your creature, continue to bully you. We were just bullies that game, as intended. Lofty. Ordain. Remorseful Cleric. Rattle Chain can go. Toski can go. There we go. We found the bullying matchup. We did it. Well, it's hard for me to turn down a Shakuai's hand, but this hand might be a little slow. Let's see. Well, alright, well, unfortunate. Ooh, no 3-drop though. Unshacklegeist, please. Overdrop. Voracious Hydra. Well, that's rude. Well, now we get to die. There's that. They're playing a Hydra version. But will easily kill us, so good enough. Alright. Now we get to be on the draw. Sky Sovereign's fair. Fortunately, I think we are far enough behind the 8-ball that we're not winning this one. That was a devastating Hydra. Be sure. Fuck here. Josh Shackle guys, fade Nick those forever. Yeah. Also, just don't die to what we're already dying to. Yeah, this is being on the draw. Being on the draw without a portable hole or a Shacklegeist. Okay. Those. Got it. Others might even. On the play, this hand's close, and I need to draw any piece of interaction here. Being able to Skyclave on 3 or Catilda if they don't have anything huge. But we are going to die a horrible death if we don't find anything. The green creature that taps for white. Absence Pilgrim? You're up. Oh, Kiora is a problem. We're gonna eat the Kiora. Alright, took out 1 mana. Roll. Alright, well. Got this Catilda. Or a Lofty. Huh. Catilda hits for 5. I think we just let this happen. Yeah, I think we're a lot happier to Lofty something bigger. Also, any creature, any spirit here lets us just kill Kiora. That counts as a creature, hopefully. Oh, a lot of good creatures. Kiora. Tap this. Girl Troll? Sure. Take 4. You. Got a nice Lofty here. Winning this race handily. Go. Not gonna tap anything right now. Tap a blocker instead. And there we go. That is the reason we play this matchup. Being on the play, easy. Yeah, game 1's also just generally a lot better in that matchup on the basis of being able to sneak through your early threats and then just leverage Shacklegeist to tap them down. Well, we're gonna need to draw a green source, but 1-drop, 2-drop, double Coco is a very high-end hand. On the scale of hands we could find, look at that, like a professional. Attack. Abs and Greasefang, huh? Well, the Shacklegeist's about to do work. Attack for 2 and pass. Got any Greasefangs for me, bud? Okay. That can go right back in your hand. You're in there. Alright. I'll also attack with this. We're gonna Coco. I would like to collect a company into a spell color. How about the worst collected company you've ever seen? That good? That ideal? Gross. I'll take 7. That's fine. Uh, 3, 6, 9, 12 damage. We just keep the Phantom. No, it's got to be correct to go after to keep the Coco. I can't imagine it isn't. We find 2 lords. It's just lethal. Okay. Or yeah, it's just lethal. There we go. Just spirit things, huh? This is fine. Backleaps could just become lofties. I think on the draw, I prefer that. Alright, it sounds pretty good. Lofty Queller does a lot of work. Turn them all to 5. Alright, get in there, Chief. What do you got for me? Rattle Chains is nice too, because it lets us deploy a little bit without running ourselves out of. Alright, well, they hit the Parhelion, so we might just need to hold up Lofty. But that's actually fine. Like I said, we get to hold up Lofty and Rattle Chains. And then we get to potentially Queller. It's all good thing. Nope. Nope. That's gonna be a censor for me, bro. Mull to 5, turn 3 Parhelion, huh? can't allow that, I'm afraid. Nope. All right. You're in there. We got. So play Rattle Chains. Then we can flash into Selfless Spirit to have another backup. Alright, our Fiend's gonna ditch something. Fatal Push. Alright. Get in for 6. Threaten lethal next turn. Oh, this has been a nice showing of all the things we're trying to do. That's fine. They didn't go after this one, which is interesting. Take 3. Coco time. Jackal guys. That's lethal. Alright, I think... Will the curse be broken? That is the real question. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. We're going to start next stream tomorrow morning at 3:00. See if we can bounce back. Gonna toss it over to friend of the stream, Island Go Same, who's currently doing some mono red gaming. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate you all. Go give Sam my love. If you're over on YouTube, appreciate you checking out the multi-stream as well. Be sure to check out the tier list, which just dropped today. We got some hot and spicy takes on there, as well as some more videos coming later in the week. Appreciate you all. Hopefully tomorrow we'll get a longer stream in. Had a handyman come this morning, so it was a little bit late, but appreciate y'all. Have a good night.